Now you say that Asian countries. Countries will sort of drift towards Beijing. Give us your argument for that thesis.
Yeah, well, Steve, in the short term, I think what we are seeing, the reality that these Asian countries are facing right now is that they effectively have to kiss the ring, right? You've seen the likes of South Korea, Vietnam, all offering concessions to Trump, Japan also trying to make a trade deal there. And I think what that reflects is in the very immediate term, you have a sense of understandable panic in these countries around Asia and the Indo-Pacific because they are worried about the impact of these potentially disastrous tariffs on their economies and on their populations. I mean, I'm sure you've talked about this on the program before, just the degree to which globalization, free trade, all of that has helped lift millions of people out of poverty, lift living standards across the region. And there's a real concern out here that could change. But I think longer term, what this is going to do is remind people in this part of the world, governments in this part of the world, that the United States under Donald Trump is not a predictable ally or partner. And that means they're going to start to realign themselves strategically far more with China. And let's not forget, Beijing is the biggest trading partner for a lot of the countries in this part of the world. So it's not that dramatic a shift in any case. But it is an opportunity that the US is wasting out here, given the fact that so many Asian countries, particularly recently, have expressed regional disquiet over how China is behaving in the South China Sea.
Yeah, so I guess if you see sort of a further strengthening of ties in amongst Asian nations, I mean, it definitely has consequences then for the US.
Yeah, it does. And I think what you will see is that, really hard to quantify aspect of soft power. The United States has always been the emblem, not just of democracy in this part of the world, but it's an aspirational place. It's a place where people want to send their children to university. It's the place that has been the architecture of that free trade environment that has helped to boost so many economies in this region. And it's basically saying to its partners in this part of the world that, look, you know what? We're going to head for a divorce, and all the terms are on our terms, not yours. I think what this does is it creates a real sense of a lack of goodwill amongst Asian governments. We've heard comments, quite strong ones, I have to say, from the likes of Singapore's Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, who talked about the fact that these tariffs are akin to the kind that we've seen from the 1930s, which eventually led, in his words, to real conflict and the Second World War. And I think what you will see as a result, and you're already seeing this, as I argue in my column, is a lot of countries in this part of the world reevaluating their defense and strategic positions. They're going to start rearming themselves. We've already seen defense spending and defense budgets go up in this part of the world. And what that means is it's a more dangerous world for all of us.
Yeah. You alluded to the Smoot-Hawley tariffs back in 1930 that exacerbated, many say, the effects of the Great Depression, and then did, obviously, in 1939, was a prelude to World War II. But China has a long history of dealing with these kinds of disputes and taking the long game of what some say is a game of chicken. What do you feel will be Beijing's response? More measured or sharper?
Well, I can't speak for what might be going through Xi Jinping's mind right now, Steve, but, it would not surprise. Me if people are advising him to sort of stand firm with the position that Beijing has been taking of late. And I was speaking with a Chinese academic yesterday, and what he said really struck me. He said, look, all that we want from the United States is some respect. We are the world's second largest economy, he said. And if the US really wants to make a deal, then send a bunch of a delegation of US officials to China and talk to Xi Jinping and some of the officials there. But China's not going to back down. At least that was his opinion. And that's certainly my sense as well. I don't think China will be the first to blink in this staring contest.
Daily Show last night. But this morning, the markets have opened with major losses after news that China has announced retaliatory tariffs on 34% on all U.S. goods, set to kick in next week on April 10th. Just moments ago, President Trump, he's busy on Truth Social this morning. He just posted there in all caps, writing, "China played it wrong. They panicked. The one thing they cannot afford to do." Joining us now, NBC News senior business analyst and host of the 11th Hour, our friend Stephanie Ruhle. Steph, so much to get to, but let's just start there with the China piece of this. To repeat, about 2 hours back, they announced their retaliatory tariffs, 34%. Now we have President Trump weigh in, claiming that they played it wrong. What do you think?
Played it wrong in all caps. This is not a game. Nobody wins in a trade war. And this is sort of this thing that the president likes to say, I don't like what China's doing. Nobody's winning. And the president's lack of understanding with how trade works. What have we seen in the last 2 months? We've seen our allies like South Korea and Japan start to move closer to China in trading agreements and the United States further away. What's stunning to me, in the last 48 hours, I have reached out to so many people in the Trump universe, business people who have supported President Trump. And Jonathan, I cannot find one single investor with one single argument that makes sense for these tariffs. All I'm getting is, well, this is what the president thinks. This is what he's always wanted to do. And because he's the president, let's give him some time. There is no rational argument that any credible economist has given why this works. The argument is that they're trying to reshuffle world order, that we should change how consumerism works here. The United States is not a country that's focused on long-termism. Remember when the Biden administration tried to say that inflation was transitory, i.e. short term, and nobody was having it because they're saying, I can't afford my rent, I can't afford eggs, I can't afford bacon. Well, now here we have an administration, a Treasury secretary saying, cool your jets. We're going to have short-term pain for long-term solutions. And not one person has laid out a long-term solution for us.
Boy, it's so important that you bring up the fact that the Biden administration was late on figuring out just how dangerous inflation would be to working Americans. And again, said it was transitory. It ended up not being transitory. But Steph, it's very interesting. You bring up the Treasury Secretary, who, again, a couple of weeks ago said, cheap goods, affordable goods, not a God-given right for American consumers. And then saying yesterday, well, other countries shouldn't push back against these high tariffs. They're just going to do that. And we showed some clips of Scott Bessent. He looks very uncomfortable. And I suspect it's because neither he nor many of the people who are advising the president, and certainly not those on Wall Street supporting him, actually agree with the president on tariffs. I mean, Donald Trump stands almost completely alone in believing that he can reorder 45 years of globalism.
Bingo, Joe. My sources say that Scott Bessent is kind of the odd man out here. And in the inner circle that Trump has, he's not even close to Scott Bessent or listening to him. Some have said to me he's looking for an exit door to try to get himself to the Fed, because in the last few days, he's really hurting his own credibility and history in the markets. Those who've said this man actually understands how the markets work, and what's happening right now is only going to hurt markets. And even for Scott Bessent to say a few weeks ago, getting cheap goods fast is not part of the American dream. No, it's not part of the American dream, but it's part of the way Americans live, especially people who are economically vulnerable. They don't have the option to say, nope, I like higher things that cost more. They need low cost things because they don't make that much money.
the other House leaders around the timing and making sure that we get the legislation right. But I can't give you a specific timeline at this point.
Is the fact that there is an election in Alberta this year, this spring, anything that's factoring into how quickly or perhaps how slowly you want to move forward on that?
No, I think that the critical thing here is getting it right. This is a really seminal moment in human history where we have to move, transition away from polluting forms of energy and transition to cleaner fuels and cleaner ways to power our future. That doesn't, then of course, oil and gas is going to continue to play a huge role in many different ways, but there is going to be, and there already is, displacement. And so having conversations about how we get that right is the key question. Considerations in terms of what is happening in provincial elections. I've been around politics long enough to know if you try to, get involved in provincial politics, it's going to be to your detriment because it's impossible to know how your actions will play out. We want that process to play out independently of the considerations that we're looking at.
Those are some of the specifics that your government has signaled that you want to deal with in this sitting, or sooner rather than later. But if we take a step back and sort of the tone of politics right now, there is a criticism that Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has tapped into, a criticism he's leveled at your government that seems to be getting a lot of traction by making the argument he gets a sense that, or Canadians get the sense that things are broken in Canada. How is that criticism influencing your agenda, if it is?
Well, look, we are in the most difficult time that human history has faced since the Second World War. We have facing a massive transformation that is happening globally that we're trying to understand. We have a war in Ukraine. We have a situation that is occurring with global inflation that is making it very difficult for folks to pay bills. And we're seeing that across the planet. And I think what's irresponsible is to say to Canadians who are struggling that you want to amplify their fear and expand the things that they're worrying about and provide no solutions on how to deal with what are global phenomenons. And that's why we're putting clear, concrete solutions forward for Canadians, like the action we've taken on childcare, like the action that we've taken on dental. And I think saying something is broken is profoundly disturbing. When you say something is broken, that would mean or imply that it's beyond repair. The reality is that Canada right now, while folks are struggling in this global context, is doing exceptionally well relative to the rest of the world. We have to get through these hard times as humanity has before. But what was true every time humanity went through dark times is you didn't get to better times by exacerbating fear, by amplifying anxiety. You did it by keeping a level head, providing strong solutions, and staying the course. And that's exactly what our government intends to do.
Government House Leader Mark Hodlin, thank you for your time today.
Thanks so much.
Cheese Whiz has calcium that helps make your bones strong. Cheese Whiz, for the strength to do more.
You can turn any slogan or funny quote into a professional design in just minutes with one tool, making text-only.
Now for
Most people that are dying from this stuff are dying alone, right? You know what I mean? And that's because they are hiding from it, right? Or they don't want to get caught by the police with it or something, because then it's a whole new ball game for them, right?
We got to stop the stigma of that all drug users are criminals. Like, oh, you use drugs, we don't want to talk to you, right? You know what I mean? That's got to stop, okay? Because there's real people who use drugs every single day and function every single day. You know what I mean? And you don't know it.
Welcome to About That. I'm Andrew Chang. Today, we're talking about drug decriminalization, which went into effect in British Columbia at the end of last month.
Today, I'm here to announce that I will be granting British Columbia's exemption request. As of January 31st, 2023, adults 18 and over in British Columbia will no longer be subject to criminal charges for the possession of up to 2.5 grams of certain illegal drugs for personal use, and the drugs will not be confiscated.
Your favorite game is becoming better than ever. Meet the brand new.
So let's be clear here. This doesn't mean that it's now legal to use all drugs in BC. Decriminalization in this context means that if you're caught with a small amount of certain drugs, so in this case, opioids, crack and powder cocaine, meth, and ecstasy, instead of being arrested and charged, you'll be offered information about health and social supports for people who are struggling with addiction. British Columbia is the first province that's been granted this exemption. Ottawa basically said, we'll give you a very specific time-limited pass from federal drug laws to stop people from dying. BC estimates that since they declared a public health emergency, more than 11,000 lives have been lost to illicit drug overdoses.
Decriminalizing people who use drugs is a critical step in tackling the toxic drug crisis. It will help break down stigma, the fear and shame around substance use that prevents so many people from reaching out for life-saving supports. Because substance use is a public health matter, not a criminal justice one.
So, to understand how British Columbia got to the point of decriminalization, you have to understand just how bad things are, despite years of trying to curb the crisis.
BC has experienced an average of 6 deaths every day of every week for 2 years due to toxic drugs. And these deaths were preventable.
Back in 2011, 295 people died from toxic drugs. By 2016, when the province declared a state of emergency, the death toll was 993. Last year, more than double that.
Every year we're back here, and every year more people have died. To me, clearly that means we are failing.
We are swimming against a rising tide of need. And so we are determined to do more.
People have been using illicit drugs for decades, and of course it's largely seen as a criminal thing. But things changed with opioids in the mid-2000s, when doctors started to prescribe them more often for chronic pain. A decade later, fentanyl, a cheap but powerful opioid would come onto the scene.
The trouble with fentanyl, people here say, is the dosage can be all over the place. Sometimes a normal fix, sometimes deadly, and often it's mixed in with other drugs. An accidental overdose happened to Exile, as she calls herself, a few months ago. She didn't know her heroin contained fentanyl.
They took 2 shots of Narcan to bring me back, and I tell you, I felt like I was walking dead. My body was so cold.
And while some people can be brought back by Narcan, that's the brand name for the drug naloxone, which can reverse the effects of an overdose. For others, that life-saving shot comes too late. For 2 years, starting in 2015, the number of deaths in BC due to drug overdoses rose a lot. And more, fentanyl was the big reason. And it wasn't just in BC. In 2016, Public Health Canada noticed that fentanyl was contributing to a rise in deaths across the country and started tracking opioid-related overdose deaths. The numbers were and continue to be pretty scary, with more than 32,000 deaths related to opioid overdoses across the country since 2016. British Columbia has the highest rate per capita of any province and is widely considered to be the epicenter of this crisis.
Every Monday, I have an email come into my inbox that tells me how many people died from the poison drug crisis here in Vancouver in the previous week. 9 people died. And Vancouver Fire and Rescue Service saved 180 other people from overdosing. The week before that, it was 12 with 200 rescues. The week before that, it was 10.
And to its credit, BC did take action. To start, in 2016, the province declared its first ever public health emergency in response to the rise in overdose deaths.
This is an extraordinary challenge to us. I believe it needs the extraordinary step of invoking additional authorities under the Public Health Act. We will be monitoring this closely.
That allowed BC to collect more detailed data on overdoses, like what drugs were being used, where and how they were taken. And all of that in real time. The hope was that it could help quickly identify where risks were increasing so that resources could be targeted in an effort to save lives. In July, the following year, British Columbians voted and a new premier emerged. So too did a new minister focused specifically on mental health and addictions. In November, the government introduced drug checking services to allow users to check their drugs for contaminants. The government further expanded the take-home naloxone program, making those kits and training on how to use them available at pharmacies, free of charge to those who are either at risk of an overdose or those who were likely to witness or respond to a loved one overdosing. And for a while, efforts to reduce opioid-related deaths, they actually started to work. Like 2019 saw a decrease in deaths. But once the pandemic hit, numbers went back up and have continued to rise, with 2021 being the deadliest year on record for both the country and British Columbia. So in November 2021, the province had seen enough. It applied for an exemption from Canadian drug laws. that was approved at the end of May last year and finally went into effect on January 31st of this year. So British Columbia now has 3 years to see if decriminalization will make a difference. And, given just how dire the situation is becoming with more and more lives lost each day, not just in British Columbia, but again, across the country, it might just be worth a shot. After the break, we're going to take you to a place where decriminalization is already a reality.
I had a guy last week be like, oh yeah, like these guys that I buy my drugs from will take cans in exchange for drugs.
That's cheap.
It's extremely cheap.
And that is so similar to what we hear when we talk to people who use drugs and have substance abuse problems in British Columbia, that the use of drugs is about pain, right? It's about trauma. And coming out of that often takes much more than a phone number on a ticket. It can take several times. And treatment in Oregon, just like treatment in British Columbia, is a struggle to get into, and it often doesn't work the first time. So that's why people are saying you need more time than just 2 years, especially when you consider that a lot of the funds that were designed to help people were held up by a lot of red tape for the first several months of the program. So they say they just are getting started with trying to help these people, and now there's this backlash, and they just really haven't had the opportunity to try to see this part of decriminalization work.
Well, Lindsay, tell me more about it from the point of view of the victims in all of this, the drug users. Because I'm imagining, and tell me if I'm wrong, I imagine that most of them think decriminalization is a good thing, but are they being helped? You know what I mean?
I think the desire to help them more is in how the program is written, but as it's unfolding, there certainly are growing pains in terms of that access. Combining that with the fact that you need, it's not something that happens right away, right? There's a real difference between the program in Oregon and the program that everyone puts forward as sort of the gold standard of decriminalization, which is in Portugal. 20 years ago, Portugal had a heroin crisis, and they brought in decriminalization. The difference there, though, is treatment on demand. When you say you're ready, you can go to treatment, and it is a national health service, so it's covered. And without that access to treatment on demand, it's hard to really see this kick off in an amazing way, and there are growing pains. The addicts that we spoke to, or the people who were using drugs, did say, though, that they weren't scared of the police, that they didn't feel like they had to duck and dodge. And again, that's one of the reasons why people who support decriminalization say this is a good thing.
What about those people who are against decriminalization? This is such a contentious issue. How do they feel, especially now that they actually have had 2+ years to watch it in action?
Well, the issue with removing the stigma is that means there is more public drug use in downtown Portland, and that is causing concerns, safety concerns, tourism concerns for people who live and work in downtown Portland, because they are seeing more drug abuse just wherever they go.
I have the Canadian National News with me.
Oh, hi.
Hey guys,
Hi.
they're decriminalizing all hard drugs.
Don't do it.
Yeah, how come?
What do you think?
You tell me.
It enforces it encourages them to do more.
Yeah, are you seeing that happen here?
Seeing it.
Yeah.
It's exploded.
Has it, eh?
And it's gotten cheaper. So now it's not only more drug use, it's cheaper drug use, and that means they're staying on the streets longer.
Police believe there's some truth to that.
Nothing? Just meth? Okay.
Since decriminalization, what's been the impact on the price of drugs?
A couple years ago, we would interact with people and we'd be like, hey, one blue fentanyl pill, we'd be like, oh, $5, $10. That's recently come down. We talked to folks last week that say they're buying it for $1 a pill, or they're trading aluminum cans, which you can are worth 10 cents in Oregon. We have
Aluminum cans.
well, yeah, in Oregon, if every time you buy a can, there's a 10 cents can deposit, and you can return it at the grocery store for 10 cents. I had a guy last week be like, oh yeah, like these guys that I buy my drugs from will take cans in exchange for drugs.
That's cheap.
It's extremely cheap. Yeah.
Okay, wow. So that's pretty wild, right, Lindsay? Like I almost can't believe that. Like we're talking like pennies, nickels, dimes for hard drugs.
Yeah, and that's according to the police. We did ask people who use drugs how much they're paying. They did say it was less, although often we heard around $5 a pill for the fentanyl. I don't know if you can say that is entirely because of decriminalization and supply and demand. If you build it, they will come. Because obviously, the thing to remember about the decriminalization plan in Oregon is it happened just as fentanyl was flooding the entire United States. So all of these things are happening at once, right? So the supply is coming in, decriminalization comes in, and then price is responding to that. The other thing police said to us is that they do talk to people who say they have come to Oregon because of the lax drug policy, although advocates say they don't believe that's the case. So there's a bit of why is all of this happening? And I don't think you can say decriminalization is the sole and only reason, but it's happening at a time where all of these other factors are playing in as well. So, and it's important to remember that as we look at the comparison between Oregon and British Columbia. There are things in British Columbia that are different. British Columbia has a small amount of safe supply, which is helping some people, and advocates want to see a lot more of that given the toxicity of the drugs that we have. There are not the same kind of harm reduction services in Oregon as there are in Vancouver and in BC, including the safe injection sites. So it's not apples to apples. It is apples to oranges, but I think we're wise to keep an eye on what it's looking like because, same climate, similar issues, and it is a struggle south of the border.
Okay, Lindsay Duncombe, really interesting work on this. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
to curtail their rights. A record number of bills relating to health care, access to bathrooms, even drag performances have already been tabled this year in state legislatures. Magda Gabriselassie is in Washington with the details and more on what has the community really been saying and concerned about at this time, watching what Republican lawmakers are doing.
Well, Heather, what's been happening is a number of Republican-led states have been either passing or proposing new restrictive laws. So laws covering everything from sports to education to healthcare access. So you're seeing bills that are being proposed or passed that would require teachers to out students to their parents, bills that would prevent doctors from giving hormone therapy to trans youth, legislation that would prevent trans youth from being on sports teams that align with their gender identity. So these restrictive laws, either that have been passed or proposed, are showing up in Texas, Oklahoma, Arizona. And take Texas, for example, Tennessee rather. Take Tennessee last week. Its governor signed a law banning drag shows on public property. Also, gender-affirming healthcare for trans youth is prohibited there now, and that will take effect in a few months. So this was also a dominant theme at last week's Conservative Political Action Conference. Take a listen.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
I ended up putting a sign outside my office door that said there's only two genders, male and female. Trust the science.
So LGBTQ activists are saying what is happening is a full-on attack on the rights of people in the community. Many are worrying that this is just the beginning, and they fear and warn that this will put more lives at risk. Take a listen to this talk radio show host and activist.
Now, with this law, are you going to see more people feeling like, well, I have to take, the responsible thing here to enforce the law? Vigilantes, are they going to be threatening people who are drag performers or transgender people and say, well, the law empowers me to do that? We're going to see more violence play out. I think that's the real fear people have.
So a lot of discussion, Magda, but also a strong backlash to the laws and to the proposed legislation. What form is that taking?
Yeah, well, you are seeing people organize and really protest. And try to push back on all of this. Take Iowa, for example. There are a number of proposed bills there. One that would call for no gender identity talk in schools. Another calling for gender-affirming health care for youth to be banned. And so there, last week, hundreds of students walked out of class. And yesterday, you had many more people that were protesting at the Capitol. Take a listen.
Everyone should have the ability to feel safe in school, and they should have the right to self-expression. Conservatives and a lot of other people believe in strong traditional values and strong American ideals, and the ideal of basic human rights and having the ability to express yourself and have self and bodily autonomy is an American.
And so what you have here is politicians that are pushing for these bills, arguing they are protecting children, but people in the community, allies, are saying, in fact, they're doing the complete opposite, Heather.
Magda, thank you so much. Magda Gabriselassie live in Washington this morning.
All right, team, we're transitioning to FLAC, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then ping me on SmackDog.
Guys.
We're learning more this morning about the Canadian companies listed by the United States in its latest list of sanctions.
Walk off the job last Friday after receiving orders from higher-ups to go home. Confirmation hearings for 7 minister nominees are due to begin at South Korea's National Assembly, starting with President Moon Jae-in's pick for Transport Minister. Plus, the US Justice Department releases the principal conclusions of the Mueller report. The main takeaway: no evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia in the lead up to the 2016 US presidential election. Our top story this morning: South Korean officials are expected to begin working at the Joint Liaison Office at Kaesong on Monday, as usual, after North Korea abruptly withdrew its personnel from the site late last week. Dozens of officials from Seoul crossed the western land border on their way to the Inter-Korean Liaison Office this morning, according to Seoul's Unification Ministry. The officials are expected to stay at the Kaesong Liaison Office this week. North Korean officials left the facility last Friday without giving a clear reason for the pullout, only saying the decision was made by an order from those higher up. The UN Security Council Sanctions Committee for North Korea has approved more exemptions for humanitarian goods to enter the north. The committee gave the green light 2 weeks ago, allowing a Christian organization in North America to deliver goods for 6 months. 10 items have been permitted, including baby products, clean water, and medical supplies. They're going to be sent to children's hospitals. organization also plans to deliver medical supplies during a visit in May. This will be the third time a U.S. organization has been given the green light to travel to the north since U.S. Special Representative for North Korea Stephen Biegun said late last year that Washington will review its policies on travel bans for humanitarian purposes. Confirmation hearings for 7 minister candidates kick off today at the National Assembly. Chair Jong-ho, who is President Moon Jae-in's pick for Transport Minister, is first in the hot seat. Lawmakers are likely to focus on Chair's morality, particularly as he's accused of some pretty shady real estate deals. Other nominees facing confirmation hearings this week include those picked to head up the Unification, Interior and Science Ministries. The spotlight is especially on Unification Minister nominee Kim Yeon-chol. If appointed, he will be Seoul's new main negotiator with North Korea. The presidential office and the ruling party say they expect all the nominees to be confirmed. Now, air pollution is a huge issue in South Korea these days. Unfortunately, advisories go out with alarming frequency about the fine dust clogging the air around us. According to the OECD, South Korea's air pollution is actually the 4th worst in the entire world. And the culprit is coal used for power generation. So Bob in with the details.
South Korea was one of the 5 countries with the worst air pollution in the world in 2017. That's according to a report from the OECD on fine dust pollution. Number 1 was India, followed by China, Vietnam, South Korea, and South Africa. And the OECD says the cause of the pollution is coal used for power generation. South Korea burns coal to generate 46% of its electricity, far higher than the average among OECD countries of 27%. The global average is 38%. In the case of South Korea, new coal power plants totaling 2 gigawatts are expected to be online next year, and in 2021 and 2022, another 3 gigawatts. Neighboring China, meanwhile, the source of much of Korea's fine dust, plans to reduce its reliance on coal from the current 67% to 55% next year. Even though China is cutting coal as a percentage, it's still building new coal plants. A South Korean industry official said that with both countries doing so, it's unlikely that air quality will improve in the next few years. 서보빈, 아리랑 뉴스.
Now, South Korea's presidential office says the country's economic outlook isn't that good, and it's mainly because of the slowing global economy. The president's senior secretary for economic affairs, Yoon Jong-won, told reporters Sunday that although the South Korean economy is looking to expand 2.6 to 2.7% this year, it's likely more weakness down the road for South Korea, despite positive signs coming from the US-China trade talks and a more dovish stance monetarily in the world's leading economies, including the United States. Locally, Yoon said there's still weakness in terms of jobs, where efforts are needed from the private sector on top of the government's own measures.
U.S. presidential election. Therefore, Barr decided that the evidence was not sufficient to support a prosecution of the president for obstruction of justice. Let's take a listen to what President Trump had to say about the report.
There was no collusion with Russia. There was no obstruction and none whatsoever. And it was a complete and total exoneration. It's a shame that our country had to go through this. To be honest, it's a shame that your president has had to go through this before I even got elected. It began. And it began illegally. And hopefully somebody's going to look at the other side. This was an illegal takedown that failed. And hopefully somebody's going to be looking at the other side. So it's complete exoneration, no collusion, no obstruction. Thank you very much. Thank you.
In the UK, two ministers touted as a potential caretaker prime minister in reports of a brewing cabinet coup over a handling of Brexit say they fully backed Theresa May. Environment Secretary Michael Gove told reporters on Sunday it was not the time to change the captain of the ship. May's de facto deputy David Lidington also claimed he was 100% behind the prime minister. British newspapers reported over the weekend that a group was formed to force May out, aiming to replace her until a proper leadership contest is held later this year. Chinese President Xi Jinping paid a visit to Monaco on Sunday. He met with Prince Albert, and their bilateral talks mainly focused on economic and environmental issues. He's set to meet with French President Emmanuel Macron for a dinner outside a French resort town where they'll exchange opinions on global issues and their relationship. On Monday, the two leaders will move to Paris to sign energy and other contracts. The trip comes after President Xi visited Italy, where he was able to make progress on Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative as Italy decided to join the project. The cruise ship Viking Sky, carrying almost 1,400 people, docked safely in Mold Harbor, Western Norway on Sunday after a harrowing day stranded at sea. The vessel heading from Bergen, Norway to London experienced the loss of engine power off the coast of Norway near Mold on Saturday. 17 people suffered injuries, with 2 in critical condition. After the vessel sent a distress signal, Norwegian authorities sent 5 helicopters and 2 rescue ships to aid the Viking Sky. Around 470 people were rescued via helicopters. The rest were evacuated via rescue ships.
So being able to buy high quality goods easily using an app is very convenient.
No longer just limited to milk and newspapers, Korea's dawn delivery service is especially popular among dual-income and single-person households. With major companies and startups joining the dawn delivery race, the market value grew from $9 million in 2015 to over $350 million in 2018, despite being limited to services in Seoul and some other areas surrounding the capital. Companies like Shinsegae, Lotte, and Coupang have been focusing on upgrading their logistics centers, with Coupang planning to expand its dawn delivery service nationwide within this year. For those who still prefer to see and feel fresh produce at the grocery store, simply scanning a QR code on the product pays for the item and schedules its delivery. There's no need to line up at the cashier or carry the item home.
Customers are able to see the actual product and read reviews from other customers without having to carry home heavy items like bottled water and rice.
Scanned items are delivered within 3 hours from nearby branches. Because online shopping accounts for about 40% of total consumer spending in Korea, the service was introduced to attract offline customers.
More one-person households are preferring to stay home. Companies are making buying stuff from home easier and putting an emphasis on fast service.
Bullet speed delivery services do come with some downsides, like excessive packaging, expensive delivery fees, hours and conditions of delivery work, and costly prerequisites for retailers. However, companies are only expected to take their service to another level in the fierce race for ever faster service. Park Se-young, Arirang News.
Now, looking to further reduce the use of plastic bags, South Korea's capital Seoul will ban the use of such bags at big supermarkets and shops from April next month. For more on what the plastic bag ban may mean for stores and those of us here in Seoul that go to those supermarkets, our Lee Seung-jae reports.
Seoul will ban the use of disposable plastic bags at big supermarkets and shops starting next month. Under the revised law on the use of recyclable waste, supermarkets that are 165 square meters or bigger will be penalized if caught handing out single-use plastic bags. Many single-use plastic bags are used in the fruit and vegetable aisles of supermarkets. Customers that opt to use the bags will need to pay for them. The city says if supermarkets or stores are caught giving away single-use plastic bags, they will be fined over $2,600 US.
Depending on the type or number of violations, the penalty amount will vary. We have done enough to craft the policy, so now we need to enforce the measures.
Supermarkets and stores will still be allowed to offer thin film plastic bags if they are used to contain so-called wet items such as fish, meat, and other related goods. Products that were once not listed but have been recently added to the list of goods that cannot be bagged include baked goods. The Seoul City government has been encouraging stores to adhere to the ban, which took effect in January, but will now impose fines without warnings when the 3-month grace period ends in April. 이승재, 아리랑 뉴스.
Stateless people who are legally staying in South Korea are expected to be able to obtain a round-trip travel certification from the government. According to the National Human Rights Commission of Korea, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has adopted a new travel policy as it thinks the previous policy violates the human rights of stateless persons staying in South Korea, while the ministry had originally limited the travel certification to one-way trips. It has decided to change its position to guarantee their freedom to come back. The issue surfaced 2 years ago when an Uzbek professor who had lived in Korea for 11 years became a stateless person and raised a petition over the issue. Now, sales of air purifying plants are on the rise here in South Korea with the increasingly frequent high levels of fine dust. The Ministry of Agriculture and the Korea Agro Fisheries and Food Trade Corporation say sales of 6 plant species jumped 23% this year up until March 16th. Common ivy and parlor palm are able to absorb pollutants into their leaves, taking them out of the air. Bengal figs cleared the air of airborne allergens, and golden pothos is excellent at reducing carbon monoxide levels. Officials also say they highly recommend having plants at home because they relax the mind and body while serving as natural air purifiers. Time now for our life and info segment where we focus on information that is hopefully useful for your everyday life. Now, the warmer weather we've been seeing in Korea has caused a spike in the number of flu patients here. Cases of hand, foot, and mouth disease infections are also on the rise in the country. Our Park Sang with more.
In the second to last week of April, of every 1,000 outpatients, an average of 44.2 had a suspected case of the flu. According to the Korea Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this is the highest number for this period since 2004. Of the suspected cases, 6 in 10 were children under the age of 12, with symptoms including a high fever over 38 degrees Celsius and body aches. It's an infection that spreads easily, especially in confined spaces.
Kids are normally told they can go back to school 48 hours after their fever has come down and they're off their medicine. But if possible, it helps for them to avoid contact with their friends and stay home for 5 days.
The number of flu cases normally tends to go down in April. In fact, in March and April over the last 15 years, the number of suspected cases has never surpassed 40 per 1,000 people. Despite the uptrend, doctors do not recommend getting flu vaccines immediately since they take 2 to 3 weeks to take effect. Meanwhile, what's usually more common in the warmer months is hand, foot, and mouth disease, and the number of cases has indeed been rising. From the last week of March to April, more than 2 in every 1,000 outpatients were suspected of having the virus, which typically affects young children and babies. Those with symptoms like a rash or sores in the mouth, on the palms, or on the soles of the feet, as well as flu-like symptoms, are advised to avoid contact with others and stay home. The infection usually goes away on its own in about 7 to 10 days, but patients with high fever and frequent vomiting must seek medical treatment. Hand, foot, and mouth disease is spread through unwashed hands, saliva, mucus, and fluids from open rashes or sores. To prevent infection, people should wash their hands often with soap and warm water, disinfect frequently touched bases, and avoid close contact with infected people. Park Se-young, Arirang News.
South Korea has opened a visa Instead, Indonesians are now required to apply at the Korea Visa Application Center in Jakarta's Lotte Shopping Avenue Mall. Embassy officials said the new center is in a more accessible location and will receive applications for 6 hours a day, as opposed to 2.5 hours at the embassy. In 2018, the Korean embassy issued nearly 160,000 visas to Indonesian nationals, nearly 4 times the number recorded in 2010. Now, South Korea's largest annual market for broadcasting contents will open on Wednesday in the southern.
On global news. I want to talk to you about something which is very, very important. It's going to be called Who Stole My Money? Money, right? And a lot of people are going to be asking in time to come, who stole my money? What happened to my purchasing power? What happened to the ability for me to buy food, groceries? What happened to my super fund? A lot of people are going to be scratching their head like they've been at a party, being high on consumer spending and all that sort of stuff, and they'll be scratching their head saying, what happened? Who stole my money? This is going to affect everybody on every end of the globe. I'm going to take your attention on a journey throughout history. This is 50 pengo. This is a Hungarian note from 1932. It's 1932 Budapest. It is 50 pengo. It's a currency that they used back in the early 20th century. And I'm going to take your attention to this note here, which is 1 milliard pengo. A milliard is an old measurement tool, and it was that's from 1946, by the way. So 14 years difference from these two notes. Same currency, same country. Currency had been same country. The currency had been debased at this point. A milliard is 1,000 millions, so that is $1 billion. So someone could have deposited 50 pengo. Let's take the pengo away and call it the dollar. Right? Here we are with 50 pengo, $50 back in 1932, and within 14 years, 1 billion pengo/dollars. So a lot of people in this time got robbed via hyperinflation. They lost all their purchasing power of food, basic essentials. This has occurred throughout history. The first hyperinflation occurred in 1024 AD in China. There's been over 10,000 fiat currencies being paper currencies. Right? If you think about it, what's the difference? They're both pieces of paper. They're both fit in your pocket, in your wallet. And this one here says $1 billion. This one here says $50. What's the difference by it? The only value that this has is the belief that this is actually worth something. So here we are in 2020. Our currency is dying. It's in palliative care. It's in vegetative state. It's been there for the last 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. It's been dying slowly since the 1970s. In the last sort of 3 years, 4 years, it's been in vegetative state and it's dying. And I believe that we will lose our currency over the course of the next decade. This is just a perfect example. Like people go, oh, should I put my money into a 10-year investment? I might get a 1% yield or a 5% yield. You put your $50 in the bank today, and in the future, there's billion-dollar notes floating around out there. The only difference between these two times and now, or this time and now, is that they don't even need to print this shit off. They can just lock your bank accounts, put more in there. Who would have thought that in 2020 we would see universal basic income? We would see them just printing money, Centrelink for everybody. Right? Don't worry about paying your mortgage. We'll put it on hold for 6 months. Oh, look at that. Oh, we've got to put it on hold for another 6 months. They're going to keep introducing more and more stimulus packages. Savers will be losers. People that don't have education, don't understand what's happening to their currency, will be like sitting there like this person going, what the fuck happened to my money? I've lost all value. And it's reported back in the German government, back in the 1920s when Hitler rose to power, that you could retire with 50,000 Reichsmark. That was like having $5 million in the bank account. Over a period of 3 years, they closed the citizens' bank accounts and didn't even send them a letter to say that their bank account had been closed. Reason why is a postage stamp ended up being more than the 50,000 Reichsmark. It's just something that has happened throughout history. It's happening again at the moment. Here in 2020, it's no different. People will be sitting here scratching their head going, what happened? Like they've been on a big bender down at the pub, having a debt binge, buying consumable goods, going, how can I get this? My Afterpay's not working. My job's no longer there. I can't even buy a fucking Big Mac meal because it's gone up too high. Right? Who stole my money? People are going to be questioning that. What happened to your super fund? What happened to your assets? What happened? What happened? What happened? Guys, you have the power to educate yourself, understand what's happening at the moment, and take action to protect yourself and your family. If you need help, reach out. Me and my team are knowledgeable and can help you survive and prosper through this changing economy. This is not something that's just here all of a sudden. It's not that fucking corona that everyone's worried about. It is an underlying issue, and it's a debt-based Ponzi fiat system that's imploding. So you need to get yourself protected. Make sure you're not sitting there over the course of the next 5 years going, what the fuck happened and who stole my money, right? Take advantage of it, pick it all up off the floor, collect all the assets, and be the strongest on the block. We'll catch up soon, guys. Look forward to helping you kick ass over this period of time. Bye for now.
DC, I'm afraid of that whole thing.
We very often don't even know what we're actually eating. Once we learned how they're made, he wasn't kidding. At the very top of his list is seafood. Once a self-proclaimed fish lover, Elon admitted in an interview that he couldn't stomach his favorite food anymore after uncovering the shocking truths about the industry.
You're going to try it, but you don't like fish. I'm like DC. I'm afraid of that whole thing.
They kept this secret, and now it's time we talk about it. The seafood industry may look pristine on the surface, but behind the scenes, it's a different story. The journey from ocean to table is far from straightforward and is riddled with practices that are both unsustainable and, frankly, unsettling. It starts with the catch. Small-scale fishers may handle their haul with care, but industrial fishing operations are another matter entirely. Massive trawlers comb the oceans, prioritizing quantity over quality.
For anyone with dementia, do not drink warm water. Did you know that memory loss is not a condition?
In their pursuit, they capture everything in their path: tons of fish, endangered species, and unintended marine life. This bycatch is devastating to ocean ecosystems, disrupting the delicate balance of marine life. But the story doesn't end at sea. Once caught, the fish are transported to processing facilities in conditions that would make anyone cringe. Picture this: fish dumped onto truck floors, jostled together in tight, unsanitary spaces, often sitting in pools of dirty water. It's not just unappealing, it's downright unhygienic. The lack of care during transportation and handling raises serious questions about what we're putting on our plates. It's easy to turn a blind eye, but the hidden costs, both ethical and environmental, of this industry can no longer be ignored. If you want to enjoy seafood guilt-free, the solution lies in choosing sustainable, ethically sourced options. Or, as Elon might suggest, perhaps it's time to rethink fish altogether. 14. Margarine. You all know that margarine is often marketed as a healthier alternative to butter, but once you understand what goes into making it, you might think twice before spreading it on your toast. The journey of margarine starts with vegetable oils like soybean, sunflower, or palm oil. These oils undergo intense heating and chemical processes, including hydrogenation, to achieve that solid, buttery consistency. Unfortunately, this process often creates harmful trans fats, which are notorious for raising bad cholesterol, lowering good cholesterol, and increasing the risk of heart disease. But it doesn't stop there. To make margarine visually appealing and palatable, manufacturers use chemical solvents like hexane to extract oils, followed by bleaching and deodorizing to remove unpleasant colors and smells. Let's not forget the emulsifiers and artificial colors added to achieve that smooth texture and bright yellow hue. It's a far cry from the simple, churned cream that makes butter. The story gets even darker with the vegetable oils themselves. Many of these are derived from genetically modified crops treated with glyphosate, a chemical linked to numerous health and environmental concerns. Combine this with the high levels of omega-6 fats found in margarine, which can lead to inflammation and chronic illnesses like cardiovascular disease and diabetes, and you've got a recipe for trouble. To top it off, preservatives like BHT, flagged in studies for their potential toxicity and cancer-promoting effects, are added to extend shelf life. All this effort just to produce a product that, let's be honest, doesn't even taste as good as butter. 13. Luwak coffee. Have you ever heard of Kopi Luwak, the coffee made from beans that have passed through the digestive system of a civet?
Most luxurious coffees begin in the digestive system of a civet cat.
At first, it sounds like a quirky, luxurious treat. After all, it's one of the most expensive coffees in the world, with a single cup costing upwards of $35. The idea is that the Asian palm civet, a nocturnal animal native to Southeast Asia, eats ripe coffee cherries, and its digestive enzymes ferment the beans, supposedly resulting in a smoother, less acidic coffee. But behind this exotic story lies a bitter truth. In the wild, civets enjoy a varied diet of fruits, insects, and seeds. However, commercial Kopi Luwak farms confine these solitary animals to tiny cages and force-feed them coffee cherries to maximize production. This unnatural diet leads to malnutrition and health issues for the civets. Moreover, their nocturnal habits and need for solitary living are disregarded, causing immense stress as they're kept awake for tourists to gawk at during the day. Adding insult to injury, the Kopi Luwak industry is rife with fraud. Studies estimate that over 80% of Kopi Luwak sold worldwide are fake, often just regular coffee beans marketed at a premium price. Even when the coffee is authentic, beans from caged civets are of inferior quality compared to those produced by wild, free-roaming civets, which naturally select the best cherries. Ethical Kopi Luwak.
My village is primitive, so I need to prioritize development. First, I'll upgrade the crumbling thatched huts to robust stone houses.
Is nearly impossible to find. So why not opt for a high-quality, ethically sourced coffee instead? 12. Burgers. If you are a burger lover, it's time to take a closer look at what you're biting into. While that juicy patty might seem like the ultimate comfort food, there are plenty of reasons why burgers, especially from fast food chains, should stay off your menu. First, let's talk about calories. A single fast food burger can pack over 1,000 calories, half of your daily allowance. Combine that with fries and a soda, and you've probably exceeded your entire calorie budget in one meal. Not to mention, these burgers are loaded with cholesterol and sodium, both of which can wreak havoc on your heart health. High cholesterol increases the risk of heart attacks and strokes, while too much sodium puts extra strain on your arteries.
That cholesterol is the main cause of a heart attack or a stroke.
But here's where it gets even more unsettling. That burger patty isn't just from one cow, it's likely a mix of meat from several cows, sometimes from different countries. This increases the risk of contamination and the spread of harmful bacteria like E. coli. Speaking of which, beef recalls due to E. coli are all too common. And then there's the infamous pink slime, an ammonia-treated filler often added to meat to stretch production. Ammonia in your food. 11. Processed vanilla flavors. When we talk about vanilla flavor, we don't mean the vanilla that comes from the sweet, aromatic beans of the vanilla orchid. Instead, many of the vanilla-flavored products you encounter are made with artificial ingredients and their origins might surprise or even disgust you. One unexpected source of artificial vanilla flavor is castoreum, a secretion from the anal glands of beavers. Yes, you heard that right. Beavers use castoreum to mark their territory, but its scent has a unique quality that can mimic the aroma of vanilla. While it's rarely used in foods today due to its expense, just knowing this fact might make you think twice about where your vanilla comes from. More commonly, artificial vanilla is made from vanillin, a synthetic compound derived from sources like lignin, a byproduct of wood pulp, or guaiacol, which comes from clove oil. While these ingredients might not sound as shocking as castoreum, they're still far removed from the natural, wholesome vanilla pods you might imagine. This reliance on artificial flavoring is part of a broader trend in processed foods. Unlike mechanical processing, which can preserve a food's natural qualities, chemical processing strips away much of the nutritional value, replacing it with synthetic additives. Artificial vanilla is a prime example of this practice, offering a cheaper and faster alternative to the labor-intensive cultivation of real vanilla. So, next time you savor a vanilla-flavored treat, take a moment to consider its origins. 10. Tomato ketchup. Be honest, how many times a day do you add tomato ketchup to everything you eat? Whether it's French fries, burgers, samosas, or even a plate of Maggi, ketchup seems to have become an irreplaceable companion for all things savory. It's
Hi guys, my name is Sir Javier and welcome to my trading channel. Ngayong araw meron ako ituturo.
Sure, washing and prepping fresh mushrooms takes a little more effort, but isn't it worth it to avoid unwanted extras in your dinner? Seven, bread. Speaking of foods you should cut off the menu, let's talk about bread, the staple food we often take for granted. While you might think store-bought bread is just a simple mix of flour, yeast, water, and maybe a few additives, the reality is far stranger. Believe it or not, some brands use human hair to make their bread softer and easier to handle.
So I decided really to sit down and read it. And he says, if you read the ingredient labels on a loaf of bread, you will usually find an ingredient listed there as L-cysteine.
The culprit here is an amino acid called L-cysteine, a common dough conditioner that softens bread and speeds up production. While L-cysteine can be derived from various sources like duck feathers or synthetic processes, human hair is often the cheapest and most efficient option. Much of this hair is collected from barbershops and salons around the world, particularly in countries like China. It's then processed and added to bread dough, leaving many of us unknowingly biting into an unsettling ingredient. The good news is that not all bread contains L-cysteine, and when it does, it's generally considered safe to eat. Regulatory bodies like the FDA ensure it meets strict purity standards. But even if it's technically safe, knowing where it comes from can be a deal breaker for many. If this revelation has ruined your appetite for store-bought bread, don't worry, you've got options. Supporting local bakeries that use high-quality natural ingredients is a great alternative. Or better yet, try baking your own bread at home. It's easier than you think, and you'll have complete control over what goes into it. Six, shrimp farming. Remember when we talked at the beginning about the seafood industry and Elon Musk? Well, we are not done with that yet. While shrimp may be a favorite on dinner tables worldwide, the process behind farming them has some serious environmental and ethical concerns that might make you reconsider your next shrimp cocktail. Farm-raised shrimp, also known as aquaculture shrimp, have grown popular as a solution to overfishing. On the surface, it sounds like a win, less strain on marine ecosystems, and a sustainable way to meet global demand. But dig a little deeper, and you'll uncover a murky reality. Most farmed shrimp are imported from Southeast Asia and Central America, regions where mangrove forests are being destroyed to make way for shrimp ponds. Mangroves are vital ecosystems that store carbon and provide habitats for countless species, and their destruction releases massive amounts of CO2 into the atmosphere. Then there's the pollution. Shrimp farms dump waste, chemicals, and hormones into local waters, damaging nearby ecosystems and threatening aquatic life. Add to this the unethical practices some farms have been accused of, such as human trafficking and forced labor, and it's clear that shrimp farming isn't the guilt-free solution it's often portrayed to be. Even wild-caught shrimp have their problems. Trawling methods destroy ocean floors and result in bycatch, non-target species caught and killed in shrimp nets. It's wasteful, destructive, and puts even more pressure on marine life. So, what's a shrimp lover to do? Luckily, there are plant-based shrimp alternatives made from konjac root and other innovative ingredients. 5. Gummy candy.
Pascal, ministers, ambassadors. Today we are presenting very proudly the WTO and ourselves at the OECD, the 2013 Aid for Trade at a Glance. And of course, this is the fourth presentation, but the important difference this time around is that it links it to the most forward of the research and the work that is being done both by the WTO and the OECD, which has to do with the global value chains and the trade in value added. And this puts the two things together and then explains why it is that the information on the aid for trade, besides simply documenting and illustrating the flows from donor countries to recipient countries, is actually helping to perfect and to make the global value chain phenomenon happen. It also opens up possibilities for practically every single country. In the world for the reasons Pascal explained. The other one we're presenting today is Aid for Trade in Action. These are 269 cases of examples of why this thing happens and how it's happening in the ground and how it changes the life of millions and millions of people if we get it right. This is from 150 countries, 269 cases. And then, of course, you go into the sectors. Which are the sectors in which we want to focus? So, well, we went into, to start with some very basic things. First, global value chains in agri-food, related, of course, to the aid for trade. Then transport and logistics, very closely related to the former, because we still are wasting a third to 40% of the food. And we're so worried as to whether we'll make ends meet with the food when we're 9 billion and we're wasting a third of the food that could be produced. So we're already halfway there to what we need in 2050, but we need the infrastructure, and aid for trade is the way to get it. Textiles and apparel. Apparel, among other things, to create more decent, better working conditions so that we can avoid disasters and tragedies like Rana Plaza in Bangladesh, but also to provide for the opportunities to place these countries in the global value chains. In the case of textiles and apparel, tourism, a very obvious and very important and very critical set of possibilities. And last but not least, information and communication technology, both in terms of being hubs, serving those hubs, but at the same time serving the countries with the information and communications technology, precisely to develop the trade and to develop the possibilities of the global value chains. So I will ask some technical assistance from the IMF. We have very good cooperation here, so that they can get rid of this just to the side. Now, I know that the WTO has gone paperless, so we gave all the members here this USB key, which has everything there, everything you always wanted to know about aid for trade, and were afraid to ask. And it's available. I think we have a stand here, and there's just for all of you to take home. I don't want to be accused of causing a lot of trees to fall, but I have to say this is one of the most exciting success stories. of the trade story. And I'd like to say how proud we have been to be working with the WTO, Pascal and his team, but also the success stories were recovered from all of you, from all the regional development banks, from the UNDP, from the World Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, the IDB, ADB, etc., because they were the ones who provided all these stories. So thank you so much for that. Again, we're extremely...
It takes place on 8th to 10th of July. Here at the WTO in Geneva. The meeting brings together the trade and development community from across the globe, and the theme of this year's event is connecting to value chains. Global trade is increasingly focused on trade in parts and components, the inputs needed to make final products. And services play an ever more important part in delivering these products to the final consumers. This way of trading is becoming increasingly global, both in scope and reach. Products are no longer made in country X or Y, but are now truly made in the world. Aid for Trade is very much focused on how we can help developing countries and least developed countries better connect to the global trading system. This question becomes even more crucial as we seek to help these countries use trade as an engine of growth, development, and poverty reduction. How do we connect them to the trading system? To a system in which production can be spread over different time zones and located across different continents? And with what impact for development? These are some of the questions we will discuss next week. Underpinning this year's event is a far-reaching monitoring exercise. Over 800 respondents from 120 countries, both from the private sector, government, and international and regional agencies took part. These results tell us many things, but let me mention just a few. Firstly, developing country policymakers want to add value to their commodities. They want to move up the value chain. Secondly, the private sector tells us that there are a series of barriers getting in the way of doing just that. Issues like access to finance, poor border procedures, lack of regulatory certainty, limited labor skills, and lack of standards compliance. Thirdly, developing the service sector is critical to adding value. And for services, of course, you need skills. Finally, we can use development aid to lay the groundwork for trade and investment. Helping countries connect to the trading system will boost their development, particularly if it tackles the obstacles cited by the private sector. The review is an important contribution to making trade work for development, and it is an opportunity for the trade and development communities to reaffirm their commitment to aid for trade. You will be able to learn more about this event on the WTO website through the series of videos, social media, and publications which will be posted. On behalf of the WTO Director General, Pascal Lamy, and on my own behalf, we hope to welcome you